right, ladies and gentlemen, announcements are finished, and we are here in Stratford, New Jersey. We've got ISC sectionals, the men. Should be a fun day. Players don't know what pattern they're bowling on, so have to let their ball be their guide. They've just got 15 minutes of practice. And this is Jason Thomas, and I'm covering this particular sectional this weekend. We've got a lot of coverage here on bowltv.com. It's going to be a great day today. We've got 5 different broadcasts coming to you from all around the country. We've got 4 sectionals, plus the conclusion of the Pan Am trials going on at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. So all kinds of action for you to watch here today. This, as I mentioned, is one of 4 sectionals. Today we have the singles competition. This morning we have the men, and I'm leading off the day here because I'm in the Eastern time zone. But in about an hour, you'll have 3 more sectionals that you'll be able to watch on Bowl TV. We've got Emil Williams Jr. anchoring the coverage in Addison. We've got Aaron Smith in Smyrna, and Brant Houghton and Carolyn Doran-Ballard will be covering the event in Dallas. So a lot of great action for you to watch here on Bowl TV today. Just announced yesterday the launch of the Bowl TV channel. We've had it going for a little while, so if you've been following some of our most recent events, you've been able to watch on Bowl TV, but actually launched the full version of the site yesterday. So if you have a chance, I mean, I'm not sure when you're going to have a chance to do it today because there's so much live coverage, but got a lot of other content on there for you to check out. We've got a couple of different channels, one called The Lab, which is basically instructional content. And I've got some great video from Rod Ross, Team USA head coach, Stephen Padilla, who is a USBC Gold coach, and he's the director of coaching for USBC. And Lou Marquez, also a Gold coach and equipment expert. He runs the pro shop there in the ITRC. So we've got some content there from those guys, and we'll be rolling out a lot more over the next, well, hopefully forever. So if you have a chance to check that out, go take a look, maybe during the break today from our action here at Sectionals. We've also got a couple other channels as well. We've got the Vault, which is our historical archives. Got some PWBA and Team USA, Masters, and World Team Challenge shows in there. So I know a lot of people have been clamoring to get their hands on some of that stuff. Some of that stuff's not available via YouTube, so we've actually digitized it and placed it in Bowl TV, so you can check that out. And we'll continue to post items from our collection as we go. And also got another channel called Backstage, which is our behind-the-scenes type content. And flagship there would be Journey to 900, which I know all of you fans of the show from last season are probably wondering where that is, and that's going to be coming up later this month. And we've got some really exciting details around that program. We'll actually be doing it live this year, which is pretty awesome. So you'll get to actually be in the building with us as we bowl our set with Earl and try to shoot that 900 series. You can yell at us when we don't make the right moves. But the chat feature, which has been really great, I know a lot of folks out there have been really enjoying it.
take those all day. I don't care. No, I'm letting this motivate me. I'm not mad. I'm like, yeah. I'm just not getting it out. Well, when I do it fast, I have to keep it a little slow. It's the same. It's a similar pattern to what it was last year. No, this is it's short, but a lot of balls. No, it's only 38 last year. It's not playing long. It's playing. I thought it was pretty close.
All right, game one here at the ISC Sectionals. We're here at 30 Strikes in New Jersey, Stratford. And as you can see, we've got a pretty large field. Only 5 players advanced to the national finals. So it's a tall order. It's a big deal to get through sectionals.
Yeah, it's probably long though, but that's why I can throw it slow.
171 men competing here this morning, and as I mentioned, 5 will advance through the 6-game qualifying rounds. Total pins will carry over. We'll have game-by-game standings updates. You can check that out over on bowl.com/sectionals. And we've got a link in our Bowl TV panel, which allows you to go right to the tournament information. Also have our chat feature live, as well as an upcoming events calendar. If you're just tuning in, this is Jason Thomas. I'm anchoring the coverage here in Stratford. We've got 3 others coming online pretty shortly. I got to go first because I'm in the Eastern time zone here. So I was an hour ahead of all the others. All the other sectionals will be taking place in the Central time zone. We've got one in Smyrna, and Aaron Smith will anchor that coverage. One in Dallas, and Brant Houghton and Carolyn Doran Ballard will be covering that. And Emil Williams Jr. covering our event in Addison. And as if that weren't enough, we've got, we've got Pan Am Trials, final day of that from the ITRC, coming up at noon Eastern time. Matt Cannizzaro is anchoring that coverage. That's been a fantastic event. Jacob Buttriff leading going into the final day. He rolled 2 300 games. And Shannon O'Keefe rolled a 300 game earlier as well. So be sure to check that out coming up at noon Eastern time here on Bowl TV. All right, so let's watch a little bit of the bowling here. Done a lot of explaining of what's going to be happening later today, but players do not know what they're bowling on. The pattern will be released after the conclusion of competition, so they're really just getting their first look here in practice and at the start. Saw a lot of different types of equipment being used in practice, and everything from urethane to highly aggressive asymmetrical reactive balls with a lot of surface. Looks like there's quite a bit of volume. One player of note in front of our live stream cameras here. Obviously all of them are of note. There's 7 on each pair, but Matt Russo, former U.S. amateur champion, he's advanced out of this sectional 2 years in a row. So he's had a lot of success in this building, obviously from this area. But he's on our featured pair, one of our featured 2 pairs here in game 1 on 29 and 30. But not a lot of margin for error here. 171 players, only 5 will make it through. And it's only 6 games. So, you have one bad game, and it could knock you out. And you'd miss going to the Nationals. Only 24 players in both the men's and the women's division will advance to Nationals. There'll be 5 here, and then each different section will have a different number of advancers based on the size of the field. And as I mentioned, those other sectionals will get underway shortly in about 45 minutes. All 3 in the central time zone. All right, how about a rundown of the players here on our featured pairs in game 1. Here we go. And taken on 29 and 30, we've got Logan Smith from Davenport University. Also on lane 29, George Rodriguez Rosas. And in some parts of the country, you might pronounce his name Jorge. Not sure which he prefers, but if you're in the chat and you know, let me know. Lincoln Memorial University. From Notre Dame, Ohio, Dylan Meese on lane 29. And also from St. John's, Gilbert LaSala. And then on lane 30, we've got Thomas Wisniewski from Stevens Institute. Jordan Lewis from SUNY Stony Brook. And Matt Russo from Weber International. On 31, we've got Mackenzie Eaton from Davenport. Matthew Kasparek from Erie Community College. Mason Yamada from Lincoln Memorial University. And Joshua Tyndall from New Jersey Institute of Tech. And then on lane 32, Ryan Mitskovich from Penn State. Kurt Shaw from SUNY Stony Brook. And Evan Weinberg from William Patterson. So those are our players on the featured pair here in game number 1. Obviously, players will move after each game. And we'll get a new group each game. And we'll try to keep you updated as best as we can on the latest standings. We've got game-by-game scores available on bowl.com/sectionals. Scoring starting to shape up a little bit. We've got 3.5 frames underway. Get a look at Dylan Meese. He's got the front 3 up on lane 30. Matt Russo, spare double. He's going to be up on lane 29. So good starts for both of those young men. Get a good look here at where Matt Russo's playing over there on lane 29. Wow. Good shot. Leaves a stone 8. And he's actually in pretty deep for a lefty here on the fresh. Looked like he crossed inside a second arrow and throwing a pretty aggressive ball. Josh Tyndall with the strike there in the 4th. Bouncing back after a couple opens. Ryan Mitskovich with strike spare double, but he's actually thrown 4 strikes. Threw gutter there in the 2nd. Kinsey Eaton with the nice shot there. Man, this is a talented field of players. Top 5 advance. That is a tall order. You know, you come to an event like this and you just see how many great young bowlers there are in the country, and this is just one of 4 sectionals. And this isn't even the biggest one.
broke down the lanes, remember, so that should give you a margin of error if you start to move left. There's certainly a lot of strikes available.
That last shot I thought was good off the hand.
But I would just move off of that. It's maybe logical, not feed it to the same spot. Split the hand low. Right? Everything's left, right?
All right, game number one here in Stratford, New Jersey. We are, it's Jason Thomas. We're at the ISC Sectionals men's singles competition. Just a little past midway in game number one of 6, as you can see there on your screen. A couple players throwing some strikes. Obviously on the fresh, players don't know the pattern. Had to rely on ball reaction to get lined up here. Pattern will be released after the competition. Matthew Kasparek coming up short on the bucket. See a lot of oil out there. Nice shot there from Ryan Mickovic. He's got basically all strikes except for 1-0 in the second frame there. But just playing pretty straight up first arrow. Seems to be the right selection. Mentioned Matt Russo a little earlier in our coverage. He's got off to a good start. Spare, double, and that one that he spared in the fourth was a stone 8. Wiggled it, and the messenger came back and just missed it. So he's off to a good start. He has made it through sectionals here in this building 2 years straight. So looking to make it one more time. Bowls for that great Weber International team. And they'll be the #1 seed once the team competition starts tomorrow. You can hear some of the coaches in the background talking about how the transition's starting to happen. We did see a lot of different types of equipment go down the lanes in practice. A lot of urethane, and there's still some players using urethane. But then there were a lot of, highly aggressive, reactive balls with a lot of surface. So, you're seeing some changes. It's just an interesting era we live in now with all the different equipment that and different strategies and rev rates, and back when I was growing up bowling, it was urethane, and the lanes broke down a certain way because urethane tends to pull oil down, create carry down, and the balls of today tend to create kind of the opposite effect. They make the fronts hook, and the back ends seem to play tighter. But now you've got both. So you've got, urethane going down the lane and pulling oil down, and then you've got reactive taking oil off the front part of the lane. Just so many different combinations of how the lanes can break down. And Russo with a great shot there for a turkey. Still possible 269 here in game #1. So I hope you're enjoying the coverage. As I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, we did launch the bowltv.com platform officially yesterday. It's a subscription platform, but we have 14-day trials. So if you want to sign up and watch this event, we have a 14-day trial and check out all the other content in bowltv.com. We've got a couple of different channels of content, including instructional, which is called The Lab. Also have some backstage content, which is anchored by Journey to 900. I know a lot of fans out there enjoyed that show last season, and this year we're going to add a little bit of a different twist to it. We're going to do it live, which is going to be awesome. And then we've also got another channel called The Vault, which includes historical content, some past PWBA telecasts, Team USA telecasts, World Team Challenge. If you guys remember the World Team Challenge events from back in the 90s, got some of those up there, and some past Masters broadcasts, and we'll be adding more content as we go. You can check out the schedule on each of those channels for upcoming content. So a lot of stuff going on today and this weekend. As I mentioned, 4 different sectionals going on. We'll have coverage from each one. Our other 3 are set to kick off here in about 20 minutes. So you can watch action from this region. Matt Russo goes high there for a split. But we've got one in Smyrna, Georgia. That's going to be anchored by Aaron Smith. And one in Addison that will be anchored by Emil Williams Jr. And then our other sectional in Dallas, Brant Houghton and Carolyn Doran Ballard will be bringing you that coverage. And then, as if that weren't enough, we've got the Pan Am trials going on at noon Eastern time. All right, Evan Weinberg here on lane 31. Let's see how he's attacking this this pattern. Yeah, that's the right idea right there. Right up 8 with urethane, keep the ball in play, and that was a sweet shot right there. He still has a possible 226, and I think that'd be a great start. Really, I mean, when you're bowling on a pattern that you really don't know what it is, you know, you really just want to not shoot a low one. You know, 200, 190, 220, something in that range. I think everybody would be happy with. Of course, if you happen to get lined up, you know, like Ryan Mitskovich, who's about to get up here on lane 32, you want to take advantage of it, get as many pins as you can. But I think anybody, you know, who shoots 190 to 220 has to be, you know, maybe not happy, but just comfortable with it. Nice shot there from Ryan. He's playing a little further to the right than Evan, but not much. I think they both have the right idea. You know, the interesting thing is going to be, obviously with urethane, and there was a great shot there by Jorge Rodriguez, is when to move. If you start seeing that ball wiggle, because that's what happens with urethane, you know, you're going to see the ball wiggle, and you might start leaving 2 pins or flat 10s. The problem is, you know, in the old days, Fred Borden used to say bump, 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 jump, and what that meant was you would bump to the right as the oil would initially carry down, but then once it got to the point where, you know, the fronts started to go away because of, you know, the ball dragging the oil in the front part of the lane down, you have to jump left and increase your axis rotation to get the ball around the corner. Whereas now, you know, that jump, now you're moving into this heavy traffic that's created by high-end reactive balls that are really taking the oil off the front part of the lane. So, you know, a lot of times what you'll see is same concept, but it'll not only be a jump, but it'll be a huge jump and a ball change. And you know, it's not always easy to pick that up and just miss it without a beat. You know, you listen to really good high-end bowlers, especially the pros, talk about, you know, how they played the lanes over the course of a block, and you might hear the words "miss a move" come up, and what that means is, you know, what happens is that they didn't catch when they needed to move at the right time, and maybe had to fish around for 3 or 4 or 5 frames before they were able to find it again. And sometimes you don't ever find it again, and that's when you struggle and shoot the low scores. But when the players say they've missed a move, that's what they're talking about. You know, there's always going to be migration of the oil pattern and moves that have to be made in order to stay on top of it and continue scoring and continue striking. And the interesting thing about today's game is, you know, there's this mix of urethane and reactive going down the lanes on any typical pattern. And it makes missing a move that much more likely to happen, and, you know, also a lot more costly when it does happen. All right, coming to the end of game 1, final frame coming up. Got a few players have chances for some big scores, and a couple players trying to bail out the start here. Ryan Mickovic, just his 3rd miss of the game. The spare here can shoot 238 if he can spare and fill it up in the 10th. Mackenzie Eaton with a rough start. So obviously a tough pattern, but if you play them correctly, you know, there's a chance for, that's a terrible break there on the fill ball for Mackenzie. But I mean, you know, obviously Mackenzie's a solid player, and you know, just a little bit out of position, and shoots 124 the first game. just saw that promo pop up, the beautiful face of Team USA head coach Rod Ross. So make sure now that we've launched the full version of the channel, stop by the lab and check out Rod as he breaks down several Team USA players in his new series titled The Video Room. It's pretty cool stuff. We sat down with him, first set of videos. He takes a look at several of the top Team USA players, both on the men's and the women's side, and some really interesting perspectives on what makes those players great and some of the things that they've worked on in their own games to get them to the levels that they're at, both, for Team USA and at the professional level as well in most of those players' cases. So be sure to check that out. That's another new feature that we added just yesterday here on BullTV.com. Coming to the end of game number 1. See, there's some low scores and some high scores. Anything from 124 to 238 so far. Matt Russo going to get a look at another piece of equipment, I think, here. And he can shoot 211, which, as I mentioned, that's a good score. I mean, you just don't want to shoot the 120s or the 150s this first game. That's all you're trying to do, is get a good feel for how the lanes are playing and shoot something between 190 and 220 and move on. Scout ahead to your next pair to see if they're playing the same or maybe a little different, and then when you find a pair that you find something, get all the pins you can. And Matt with 211 there, strikes on the fill ball, got to look at a different piece of equipment. That's always a smart idea. You're always looking to try to stay ahead of the transition, and we talked about missing moves. If you stay ahead and you know what that next ball is you're going to switch to, you'll avoid the pitfalls of missing a move. Josh Tyndall, nice bailout here. I mean, had 88 in the 8th, and now he's bailed out a couple of strikes and can shoot 148.
I think time. Try to go to just in case, but
right, game number 2 here in Stratford. We are covering 4 sectionals. I believe everybody is now on the air all throughout the country. We are about an hour ahead because of the Eastern time zone, but we are through game number 1, starting game number 2. And I'm Jason Thomas here on Bowl TV, and I'm going to give you a rundown of who we'll have on our featured pairs here in game number 2. First, Stephen Kocher from Bowling Green State University, Devin Gunderson from Campbellsville University, Chris Morgan from Davenport University, and Dominic Germano from Erie Community College. On lane 30, Lucas Holland from Georgian College, Heath Atkins from Huntington University, Hunter Kempton from Lincoln Memorial University. And then on lane 31, we've got Jordan Belair from Lourdes University, Ty Sexton from McKendree, Daniel Bolin, and Christopher Vietri from St. John's. And then on 32, Eric Bolin from SUNY Stony Brook, Brennan Howe from Weber International, and Anthony Everts from William Patterson. So those are our featured players here in game number 2. Game number 2 of 6. And as I mentioned before, we've got 3 other regionals going on right now. So feel free to check those out. We've got Addison, Dallas, and Smyrna. And then, as if that weren't enough, later today we'll be adding coverage of the Pan Am Trials, which concludes today from the ITRC. That starts at 12 Eastern. Moving along here. Game number 2 of 6. 171 player field. 5 men will advance to our nationals here in Stratford at 30 strikes lanes. An interesting bowling center. We're using 52 lanes here for the sectionals, and they've actually got another part of their center up on the high end, which is all wood. which we're not going to use for this event. But it's kind of a unique center. It's kind of you kind of get the the modern synthetic surface with the modern mask panels and whatnot on 1 through 52, which are the lanes we'll be using. But then if you look up, you kind of get the old school, old AMF mask panels with wood, and it's kind of a unique place. I wouldn't mind going down and throwing a few games on those wood lanes. But here, I'm not sure I would want to throw a few games on the pattern they're bowling on right now. It looks pretty challenging. Had a couple of players hit it with urethane from between first and second arrow in game number 1. And now here in game number 2, players moving. Get to see how they're playing pair to pair. Hopefully had some players with doing the scout. Some coaches and players just to kind of tell everybody, hey, this pair, there was a lot of urethane going down the lane. Someone hit them, from second arrow with urethane, shot 238. So you'll get a lot of information that's shared that way. In a lot of cases, if the players are experienced and know what they're doing, or maybe even walked ahead to kind of look. That's something you'll see pros like Chris Barnes do quite often. He'll walk ahead to his next pair between shots and kind of see where the guys are playing on that pair and how that pair's playing, who's hitting them. And then he'll formulate his strategy based on that information. So bowling's very much a game of information. Still waiting to get our game one results. Curious to see what the scores stack up to be. As I mentioned, 5 players will make it through here on the men's squad. 171 players competing. A couple of baby splits here on 30 and 31. One with a sleeper, makes it a little tougher. Keith Atkins not able to get the front one. It's a bad break there, sending the 2 around the 7.
Tom was watching.
All right, just to reset what's going on, Jason Thomas here, Old TV. We are at the Stratford ISC regional event. Been doing some chatting in our chat feature. So if you have any questions here on the channel, you can reach me there. But game number 2, approaching the end. Looks like some of the players have figured them out. Some of them are still not quite sure what's going on, trying to bail out their games here. And not a very friendly break there for Eric Bolin. Ty Sexton has 2:08 pace working through 7 frames. See where he's playing. A little bit inside of where we saw some of the players have some success in game number 1. That one just a little too much angle through the front and isn't able to make it around the corner. Leaves the 8-10. All right, coming up on the end of game number 2. Here at the ISC Sectionals, we're at 30 strikes here in Stratford, New Jersey. And 171 men are competing for 5 spots in the National Intercollegiate Singles Championships. 6-game sprint. Ty Sexton with the chance to break 200 if he can put together a strike here. It's a good pitch. Wow, come on. Man, that was a good shot. Stone 9. Well, spare it up and strike, 195. But man, those are the ones that hurt. The first one on the 10th, first shot in the 10th with a strike up, cost you 20 pins. Brutal. Certainly looks like straighter is greater here this morning. And that means if you're high rev rate, urethane. If you're a little lower, just try to keep it in the little window there between first and second arrow.
right, you know? Doesn't do any good anyway. Exactly. How you liking it down there in Woodland? I'm liking it. Yeah. I'm liking the weather too, mostly. Of anything else, that probably what my first. Yeah, it is, definitely. I'm actually thinking about maybe selling my house and moving out towards Vegas. Really? I'm getting sick and tired of the snow. Oh my God, I tell you, I was in pictures. This year, right now I get the most snow in my yard, probably about 6 inches. And that was from this last storm. If we get about 8, then change the rain, and then it froze really quick. Oh. But other than that, I don't think we had 5 inches the whole winter. Anything that came was gone the next day. That's crazy. You know? Matter of fact, this is the first time I would have snow in my driveway. Really? But I figured, well, it's gonna melt. Yeah. Because it started raining, so I didn't bother. On point, it's so solid. That's terrible. 800. Good. Yeah, I'm thinking Vegas might do that. Because if the hunter goes out and ends up around Texas somewhere, you know what? It's not far from Vegas. Exactly. Get it still there. Exactly. True. That's the one thing my mom told me, and I'm so glad I've been in Florida this year because in the month in February in Minnesota they got 30-some inches. They got the most ever. It was like almost 35 inches of snow they got. I've been watching it up in the Midwest. Yeah. They've been getting storm after storm. Yeah. The pattern, the upper level winds and stuff. I used to watch that because of my job. I always to know what the weather was going to be like. And I get up at 3 in the morning. Yeah. Whether I had 2 inches or 2 feet. Yeah. So even now I still do that just for the information. But I've been watching some of the upper Midwest. Yeah. South Dakota, they get. We're supposed to get another 12 plus inches tomorrow. And it's funny, the Syria Mountain, they've been getting it. Really? They get like 5 feet. And one storm, they got like 5 feet of snow. Then it changed the rain. They got about an inch of rain with it packed up. And then it just froze again. They got about another 3 feet on top of it. They were talking about wicked avalanches and stuff. You know? The whole highways get buried.
All right, game number 3 here in New Jersey. ISC singles, men's regional. Got 3 others going on at the same time. And we're waiting for our scoring update as well. 171 men in the field here. 5 will advance to the national finals in a couple weeks. 24 total in the 4 regionals will make it into the national finals. And it all just depends on the field size as to how many get in. But 5 will advance here today from New Jersey. And if you're interested in the others, those are all available on Bull TV as well. All of them are currently live right now. You can watch Addison. Emil Williams Jr. is anchoring that coverage there. Smyrna, Georgia. Aaron Smith is holding down the fort there. And then in Dallas, the great Carolyn Doran Ballard alongside Brant Houghton is handling coverage duties at USA Bowl. Just starting game number 3. Interesting, I made my way down the concourse between games and overheard some interesting conversations among the players. Some were even clean, but they're all dealing with this pattern. Very challenging. A lot of low scores. 238's the high score I've seen personally in front of us. Still waiting for our game-by-game update. So as soon as we have that, we'll let you know. And those will be available on bowl.com/sectionals. So you can see all the lane assignments, all the game-by-game scores once that's up and going, and the schedule for the rest of the event. Today is singles. This afternoon we'll have the women compete at 3:30 local time. And then we'll know our singles advancers for the national finals. And then the team competition will begin tomorrow. All right, now that we've got our 2 groups here on our featured pairs, I'm going to run down who you're watching. Try not to mispronounce anyone's name. If I do, just feel free to hammer me in the chat. I'm okay with it. I'm a big man. I can take it. But I'd also like to know if I'm pronouncing something incorrectly, the correct pronunciation. So first on lane 29, we've got Brady Omo from Davenport University, Holton Simons from Erie Community College, Samuel Anderson from George Mason, Kenton Schatz from Georgian College, David Miller, Huntington University, Jeffrey Leonard from Indiana Tech, and Clayton Harmon from Lincoln Memorial University. That's both 29 and 30. And then on 31 and 32, we've got Corbin Garris from Lourdes University, Dylan Zimmerman from McKendree, Alec Hayhier from Need School. Oh, sorry, that's not an actual school. It says on the standing sheet Need School, which means that school hadn't been submitted. So I'm gonna have to get back to you on Alec's choice of institution. Dylan Higgins from New Jersey Institute of Tech, Clayton Eason from Notre Dame, Ohio, Joshua Alcott, Penn State University Park, and Andrew Brabant from Pikeville. Those are your featured players here in game number 3 here on Bowl TV. We're in Stratford, New Jersey at 30 strikes. And as I mentioned, 1 of 4 regionals going on today. We also have coverage starting at 11 a.m. Central Time, noon Eastern, final day of the Pan Am Team USA trials at the ITRC in Arlington. Jacob Buttriff leading on the men's side and Shannon O'Keefe on the women's side heading into the final day. see players, seems like the players who have been successful have been playing pretty straight up the outside part of the lane. High game I have personally seen in the 2 games in front of us was 238. And that young man playing between first and second arrow, a little more towards second arrow with urethane. And going pretty straight, but wasn't a straight player. Player who had a fairly decent rev rate, but trying to keep it in front of him with urethane. And that was a very successful strategy. And could have been an even higher score, but actually threw a gutter in the second frame and struck, and went strike, gutter, spare 6-bagger. So he strikes there and could have had even more. All right, game 3 of 6. You're watching the ISC Sectionals on Bull TV. This is the Stratford, New Jersey Regional. 171 men competing for 5 spots in the national finals. Lanes 29 and 30 and 31 and 32. A couple of strikes up on the board here. Game number 3. Dylan Zimmerman had a turkey there in frames 2 through 4. Leaves a 10-pin there in the 6th. Nice shot there from Jeffrey Leonard. Stepped away for a minute there. Just had a 299 game rolled down on lane 20. So we'll try to get you highlights of that up on our social media. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you see on your screen there, all USBC members receive rewards through Benefit Hub, which has a variety of offers such as exclusive discounts from many top brands, cashback offers, local deals, and much more. Stop on over to bowl.benefithub.com where members score more. Just to reset, end of game number 3 here in New Jersey. Game number 3 of 6. Just had a 299 game bowled here in game number 3. Get video of that up on our social media channels here shortly. But score's starting to pick up a little bit. 239 there for Colton on lane 29. A couple of two teens here on 31 and 32. Our young man who bowled 299, he was playing very far out to the right. And just kind of going straight up 5. 299 will go a long way when the scores are this low. Also still awaiting our standings update. Had an issue here with the lane cross, and that's caused some delays in getting our scoring. All right, end of game 3. Waiting for our new group of players to come into our featured pairs. Halfway home. Top 5 players after 6 games will advance to the National Intercollegiate Singles Championships. Pretty amazing accomplishment just to make it to nationals. This year's national finals will take place in Dayton, Ohio. This event's been going on since 1975. And it's just a great event. The finals will be broadcast on CBS Sports Network starting in April. Who will take home the singles title and the team championships this year in the men's and women's divisions? Stephanie Schwartz was our winner last year, and Kenny Ryan on the men's side. Lindenwood, the reigning ITC team champions on the women's side, and McKendree on the men's side. So what will happen? It all starts here at sectionals. And players moving in on 29 and 30, about to start game number 4. And I'll go ahead and read off the players who will be competing here in game number 4 on 29 and 30. Brandon St. Ange from Lincoln Memorial University. Alex Burton from Lourdes University. Andrew Lazarchik from McKendree. Daniel Hecker from New Jersey Institute of Tech is on lane number 30. Anthony Doran from Notre Dame, Ohio. Nicholas Diggin from Penn State Berks. Robbie Guzman from William Patterson. Those are your players on 29 and 30. And still waiting for the group on 31 and 2 to make their way over to our featured pair. But in the meantime, we'll get to focus on 29 and 30. See where these gentlemen are playing this mystery pattern. Josh Batista with a nice pitch there. Oh, you know what? I apologize. They had some changes in the lane assignments, and I was actually reading from our original lane assignment sheet, and didn't get those names right for you guys, but we'll get those corrected for you. But that's the issue that's been holding up the live scoring or the game-by-game scoring. So we are in game 4 and still haven't seen results yet. If you're just joining us, we are in game number 4 of the 2019 ISC Sectionals here in Stratford, New Jersey. We're at 30 strikes, 171 men competing for 5 spots in the National Intercollegiate Singles Championship Finals coming up in Dayton next month. And I'm just one of 4. We've got 3 others going on at the same time, streaming in Smyrna, Georgia, Addison, Illinois, and Dallas, Texas. And if you're interested in watching those, you can find them right here on Bull TV. And coming up at noon Eastern, which is just 48 minutes away from now, we've got the final round of competition at the Pan Am Team USA trials from the ITRC in Dallas. So busy day of action here on Bull TV. Smyrna, Tennessee. Did I say, what did I say? Sorry, Haley. Thanks for checking me. I said Georgia. Man. It's been an interesting day. Nice shot there from Brandon St. Ange. Strike, spare, double. He's got the right idea of where he's playing. Josh Batista, he was way out there on that one. I think he's trying to play pretty far to the right. That might have just gotten away from him a touch, but I mean that picked up a little bit. That almost hooked. Hooked back for a strike. So there's something out there on the edge. I haven't seen too many people out there. Saw one young man bowl 299. Previous game, he was playing pretty far out to the right. Looked like with urethane. Pretty high rev rate player. Try to get some video of that posted in a little while on our social media. Nice shot there from Alex Hoffman. It's just amazing how much talent there is. I mean, I've said it before earlier today. This is just one of 4 regionals, and there's so many good players all pulling for 5 spots. There's 24 spots total in the 4 regionals that are going on today throughout the country. But man, it's just hard to believe that there's this many good players. But they're here. It's great for our sport.
on live stream? No. Yeah. Okay, no, you want to hear this? So I'm doing a flag because I missed left my first one. So I missed left thinking, oh, if I'm going to miss left again, I get it. Missed right.
Coverage continues here in Stratford, game 4 of 6. This is Jason Thomas here on Bull TV. I'm going to be stepping out for a minute to go shoot some video. We've got some front eights down on the low end. So I'm going to step out. I hope you enjoy the coverage and continue to watch here the conclusion of game number 4. And I'll be back maybe with some video of some 300 games. And I'm back. You probably heard some cheering and clapping and whatnot. That was 2 non-300 games. We had one 299. Gentleman from Notre Dame College, and
Almost.
yeah, he just said almost. Yeah, nice game, buddy. And there was also just to the left of him a 286. So a couple of big games here in game number 4 at ISC Sectionals men's singles qualifying, trying to get to the top 5 here in this region. 24 will advance in the regionals going on throughout the country. There's 4 going on today, and 24 players from each of, well, not from each, total from the 4 regions will advance to the national finals. This particular region will have 5 representatives. It all depends on field size as to how many players advance from each regional. And this is the men, so coming up at 3:30 local time, we'll have the women. Featured pairs getting finished up. 29 and 30 got off to a little bit of an earlier start, but some good scores over there, 235 and a 224. And on 31 and 32, possible some decent scores. Got 217 possible in 2 cases, 211 possible, and 219 possible. So some decent scores here in game number 4. But we've had a couple of big games, 2 299s and a 286 in games number 3 and 4. So business starting to pick up a little bit. And we do have some standings available now on bowl.com/sectionals. As of right now, it's only updated through game 1, but I can give you the scores for that. Leader after 1 was Michael McKittrick from St. John's. He shot 279 out of the gate. Nolan Hughes from Lincoln Memorial with 257. Eric Bader from Notre Dame, Ohio, shot 256. Sam Brandt from Davenport shot 249, and Adam Zimmerman from Campbellsville University shot 245. There were quite a few games over 200 out of that first game. 38 total, but again, 173 players were entered. 172 started. So 172 players looking for 5 spots, but I imagine we'll get a little more caught up with our scoring. Coming to the close of game number 4. Robbie Guzman with a nice finish there. Looks like there's 2 angles you can play right now. One gentleman who had the front 10 was playing inside just like Robbie. And our other was a lefty playing out towards second arrow, Ryan Liederbach. He shot 299. But on the right side, you can play out as well. Austin Schultz with 299 in game 3. He was playing way to the right. So it looks like there's multiple angles at play. And looking across the lanes, there's some scores, 239 and 234, just a pair to our right. And as I mentioned, down on the lower end, a couple of really big scores. So there's some scores out there, but not easy by any means. And with the game-by-game standings just a little behind, it's hard to say right now what we're looking at in terms of a cut score as we come down to the final 2 games.
Other than the lane.
Coming up next, game number 5. There's Ryan Lederbach. We mentioned he bowled a 299 there in game number 4, and right back on it here in game number 5. Starts with a double. And we're in game number 5. We've just got one more to go after this. And pretty soon after that, we'll know our top 5 who will advance to the National Intercollegiate Singles Championships. Have other players advancing as well in our other 3 regions, of course, which are all going on right now. So if you want to check out any of those regionals, they are available on Bowl TV. The national finals will take place April 17th through the 20th at Polking Lanes South in Dayton, Ohio. It's always an awesome event. Singles traditionally kicks off the festivities there, and then we go into our team competition, which is, in my opinion, the most exciting events of the year. Mentioned if, just in case 4 different sectionals isn't enough for you, we've got one more event going on at the moment, which just went live. It's the Pan Am Team USA Trials at the ICRC. You can watch that event by clicking on the live events channel, and there are 5 events going on at the same time. Tom Hankey, former junior gold champion, up here on lane 32. He's got the front three. Had a good Team USA trials this year too. Bowling for Weber International. Weber, one of the favorites in this year's intercollegiate team championships, as they always are. Actually vacated the championship a couple years back, which obviously unfortunate. There's a couple players that are still on the team that were part of that 2017 team. But the way they handled that, especially Del Warren, was extremely admirable. Unfortunate situation regarding a player who was ineligible due to competing in some professional events. And there was an issue over the way the number of those events that were counted, and which ended up making a young man ineligible. But the way that was handled, the way that Del Warren stepped up and took responsibility for it was most admirable. And he told me recently that he had one of his best recruiting classes ever after that. So they've definitely got something to prove, not only here at sectionals, but assuming they make it through, which we would assume they would, considering their favorite position. Team to watch for in this year's collegiate finals. All right, game 5 rolling along here. Jason Thomas here for Bowl TV. Got some good games going on in front of us in 31 and 32. Get a chance to watch Cameron Luca from the back here on lane 32. He's kind of playing out to the right. We mentioned, you know, you could stay out there, but you can also jump in. It looks like players are scoring from both angles. Zachary Duhame with 3.610 there in the 5th. He's kind of splitting the difference between the two. Curious to see when they post this pattern. It's very unique. It's you know, I think the test of a good pattern is that it allows multiple angles to play, have a chance, but also, you know, demands quality shot making. And I think we're definitely seeing that here on this pattern. If you can get lined up and make good shots, you can score, but definitely not super obvious where you need to be playing, where the defined friction is. A few different ways to hit them. Ryan Liederbach, as I mentioned, bowled 299 in our last game and got a nice game going here. A little open frame in the 3rd, but double and 3-bagger around that. And he's playing very similar to where Matt Russo was in game number 1. Matt not playing too far out to the left, kind of between 2nd and 3rd arrow. Tom Henke with the strike there in the 6th. Got a good game going. 4-bagger, 7-spare strike. Jesse Brown, another lefty, going a little straighter than Liederbach, and but he's got a nice game going as well. Double 9-spare turkey. So there's a little something there. All right, with the launch of subscriptions here today, we mentioned that we're launching bowltv.com today. And with that, we're offering the first 500 annual subscribers a free Bowl TV t-shirt. Bowl TV Bowling lives here. So if you haven't had a chance to subscribe yet, first 500 of you will receive a free Bowl TV t-shirt. I know people like getting free stuff. I like getting free stuff. So if you haven't subscribed already, be sure to do that. Let your friends know. First 500 of you will get a free t-shirt, courtesy of Bowl TV. And we've got all kinds of prizes and raffles and trivia and whatnot going on here today. We're giving out all kinds of stuff, so be sure to stay tuned all day long. We've got another round coming up this afternoon, the women's singles. And don't miss a minute of the action here on Bull TV. One more game here for the men in Stratford. And we got a little bit of an earlier start because we're on the East Coast than the other 3 sectionals. So we'll be off the air a little bit earlier. But you know, once this ends, you can go over there and watch the other, probably the last game and a half or so of those sectionals. And you can also watch the Pan Am trials. That's going on right now on our live events channel. So a lot of action going on here on Bull TV all day today. And then continuing tomorrow, we'll have the team sectionals competitions in each of the 4 different regions. So a busy weekend of bowling here on Bull TV. Another strike there for Liederbach. 5-bagger now. He still shoot 260 to follow up that big 299. So very well could be one of our 5 advancing. And looks like our game-by-game scoring is starting to catch up. We actually are updated now through 3 games, and after 3 games, leader was Nolan Hughes at plus 99, Eric Bader in second at plus 91, in third, Paul Schink from Robert Morris, Pennsylvania, at plus 61, Brandon Fleming in third from Wright State at plus 55, and Austin Schultz, who bowled our first 299 game of the day in game number 3, was in 5th at plus 52. So kind of medium scoring. 27 players at that point after 3 games were plus or better. Trying to see where Mr. Liederbach was after 3 games. He because that 299 obviously would push him up the leaderboard quite a bit. Interesting, Ryan Liederbach was actually 100 under going into his last game, then shot 299. And now can shoot 225. So that'll give him a pop with 1 to go. And Linda, you are now updated. I know you were asking about your son a while ago, and you've been getting text updates, but he's still got a chance to make it. But 299, that's I'm sure a memory that he'll never forget. And looks like we've got another front 9, so I'm going to go slip out and try to get that on video. And you guys enjoy the end here of game number 5. I'll be back as soon as I either black cloud the young man or he shoots 300. Okay.
Yeah, he perceives the ball getting in behind a little bit. He's pretty into it. Talking about
All right, I'm back. Didn't completely ruin his day, but we have our third 299. Sean Taylor from Davenport University. Was able to get a Brooklyn there in the 11th, so that kind of proves the theory false that I am the black cloud. But couldn't roll the 2-pin forward on the fill and shot 299. So we've had 3 299s now. Interesting. I was had an exchange on the message board on the chat feature with Ryan Liederbach's mother, and she'd asked how he was doing, and I didn't have any updates for her at the time, and she said, "Oh, I just heard back from him, and he said it's not his day." And I said back to her, "Well, you know, the scores are low, and he's got quite a few games left, so don't give up hope." And he's since gone 299, 225, so he's still in it. Still has a chance to make one of those 5 spots if he can shoot a decent game here in game number 6 coming up next. Interesting. I really don't feel like the scores are that high, but we've had 3 299s here in the last 3 games. And another gentleman on the same pair as Sean Taylor, who shot the 299, shot 277. So there's definitely some scores there, and we're seeing some big scores on the pair in front of us. 233, 233, 227 on lane 32, and then 225, 247. Cameron Luca can strike on the fill for 225. So really everybody except for one player is going to shoot, you know, high 200. And Zachary Duhame actually got off to a good start. If it weren't for a couple of missed spares, he'd be shooting a good solid 200 game here. All right, so 29-30, just finishing up game number 5. Got Paul Sachs there. Just sends the 4 around the 7 on the conversion. Shoots 192. Michael McKittree spares the 9-pin. Or was that the 8-pin?
I think this is the happiest I've been at minus 115. I got 3 years. Yeah, that was supposed to be a secret. I did not get out. Well, no, I heard other stories.
Xavier Alexander. He can shoot 172. A little help on the 2-pin there. Waving to the crowd.
I hope so. I know it would make some people very happy.
You know what it is?
I like the kick pants. I'm telling you, I did. Some kid was right here with a pickup for right. That's what you're good at. If you're going to go down swinging. Black ones are pretty good, though. That's your A game, right? Very classy. That's your A game? Yeah. Okay. You're going to go down swinging.
He's plus 190. He jumped ahead of him after last game. going minus 102 will do that. You said the left toward side, so you know there's
One time. Come on, get two. Both of those shots.
All right, winding down game number 5 here, 29 and 30. And as we mentioned a little bit earlier, as launching BowlTV.com happened yesterday, we're offering the first 500 annual subscribers a free Bowl TV t-shirt. Bowl TV, bowling lives here. So if you haven't subscribed yet, if you go to the BowlTV.com page and you want to sign up for an annual subscription, you will receive a free Bowl TV t-shirt. So check that out. Got bowling action going on all day today. We've got one more game here in Stratford. Kind of in between here, so let me get our graphic updated. Lane 31 and 32 both started, and now we are in game 6. There it is. So final game here. All these men are vying for one of the 5 spots available here in this region. There'll be 24 players from throughout the country that will advance to the Intercollegiate Singles Championship National Finals. Take place in Dayton, Ohio in a few weeks. April 17th to be exact, with the TV finals being taped on April 20th and then airing on CBS Sports Network a few days later. All right. Both 29 and 30 and 31 and 2 are underway here in game number 6. Just one more game, and then we'll get our score tallies, and we'll find out who our final 5 are for the national finals. The women will be bowling here at 3:30 p.m. Practice at 3:15. Marking for score at 3:30. So that'll wrap up our coverage here from Stratford today. But 10 hours of bowling is what we have on the docket. Jonathan Clear, he misses the 7-pin there to start his game number 6. Updated standings available on bowl.com/sectionals, so you can see our results here after 3 games. Let's see if the 4-game update has come in, and it has. And let me give you the top 5 after 4 games. Sean Taylor, who bowled a 286, as I mentioned, in game number 4, is leading at plus 895. Or I'm sorry, plus 95. Plus 895 would be pretty impressive. 895 is his total pins through 4 games, so plus 95. Brandon Fleming from Wright State at plus 89. Nolan Hughes from Lincoln Memorial University at plus 86 is in 3rd. Paul Schink from Robert Morris, Pennsylvania at plus 70. And Nicholas Campanelli from William Patterson was tied with Paul Schink at plus 70. Ryan Mitskovich, who we saw in game number 1 on our featured pair, just outside the top 5 in 6th at plus 65. And Ryan Liederbach had jumped all the way up to 31st. We saw Ryan in our last game, bowled a 299 in game 4. And he is still within striking distance because we saw he shot in the 220s in game number 5. So one more big game from Ryan and he could sneak into the top 5. But Sean Taylor went 286, 299. He bowled 299 in game number 5. We'll try to get video of that up on social media here shortly. But that's a big 2-game run there. And when you're leading and you shoot 299, usually you're still leading. And maybe even leading by so much you've maybe locked up a spot in the top 5. Linda Ardo asking me how Ryan's doing. He was on the live stream in game number 5. He was in the 220s. So as I just mentioned, Linda, he's doing well, but he needs probably 250 this last game, and he's just outside of our live stream pairs for game 6. So the way it's shaping up, it looks like it's going to take a score of around plus 90 to make it into that top 5. Oh, bad break there for Max Tamburino. Sends the 2-pin in front of the 10. I remember the day when the 24810 was not really a makeable spare, but first player I ever saw make it was Mark Williams If you're old like me, you remember who Mark Williams is. He won the Tournament of Champions a couple of times and made the 248-10 on one of those telecasts, throwing urethane, and threw a hook at it. And back in the day when you, well, even now, if you threw it straight at the 248-10, you could make the 2410, but you couldn't get the back pin. And Mark showed us that if you throw a hook at it, that 4-pin will bounce into the 8-pin. And we saw EJ Tackett make it on the PBA's telecast on Fox a couple weeks ago, or might have been just last week. And I've seen him actually make it quite a few times in person and on television as well. But when you shoot it that way, you also bring zero into play. So you got to decide if you want to go for it or take the count. Justin Larson with the front 3 up on lane 32. From Pikeville. Nice shot there. It's got a nice little shim right there. A lot of different places you can play. Michael Farber, you can see him, he was in a lot deeper, and that one kind of falls back for a high flush strike. Benjamin Hall up on lane 30. Just lane 30. He's in a lot deeper, and that one close to striking. That's a great shot. But, this bowling center is filling up. The ladies coming in to watch the end of the men, and they're going to shoe it up and hit the lanes at 3:30. Actually, 3:15 practice, 3:30 on the air live. Bowling for score. But coming down the stretch here, Justin Larson has the front 5. He'll be up on lane 32. You can tell the tension's ratcheting up. People watching intently, rooting their players on. With the standings updated through 4, you can kind of get a good idea as Justin Larson throws a strike there in the 6. He's got the front 6. Might get to see a 300 game live here on Bowl TV. But you can kind of get an idea of the number that the players are going to need to get into the top 5. And even though we can't see the plus-minus totals of the individual players through Game 5, you know that the parents and the coaches and the friends and teammates that are watching behind all know what each of their players are shooting. Another talented player from Weber International, Max Tamburino with the strike there in the 6th. Great shot. Coming off an open in the 5th. Ooh, man. Stone 9, ring 10 on that lane, back to back.
Anything outside, it might come back or it might not. It's southern weight too. I'm trying to see what my score is. Thank you.
If you're watching at home, you probably noticed the increase in the number of conversations going on around. People strategizing, and it's pretty full in here. Not a lot of room to walk around, which is, is what you get when you go to a collegiate event. And tomorrow, expect there to be a lot of cheering and clapping and jumping up and down and all the things that we've come to know and associate with collegiate team bowling. There's really nothing more exciting in the sport than a collegiate team event. So looking forward to that starting tomorrow. But before that happens, we'll have a few more frames here for the men. We'll know our top 5, and then the women take the lanes in a couple of hours. We're going to re-oil, obviously. The 52 lanes here. This center is actually quite unique. They've got 52 lanes of synthetic and then another 24 lanes or so of wood up at the high end, and the mask panels are old school AMF on those wood lanes. They've got obviously the modern panels here on this side, but very interesting, unique center. None of the competition, of course, will take place on the wood lanes up on the high end. All right, Justin Larson finally misses. Breaks up the split and leaves just the 6-pin, so good miss. But still a possible 279. And we actually have 5 different broadcasts going on simultaneously right now. We've got the sectionals in Addison, Dallas, and Smyrna, as well as this one that you're watching, obviously, and another one from the ITRC in Texas, the Pan Am Team USA Trials, which is wrapping up today. So all kinds of bowling action going on Bowl TV. Glad you're able to join us. Hope you're excited about the new site. We launched a couple of different channels yesterday and got some instructional content there. If you haven't had a chance to check it out, go have a look. And also have some archived historical content, some past PWBA telecasts, some Team USA shows, some World Team Challenge finals, as well as some past USBC Masters. So some cool stuff there. And then also our backstage content, which really the highlight of that, in addition to some cool stuff with players that we've taken at events in the past, which we'll continue to do, is the return of Journey to 900, which will come back this month. And we're actually going to change the format. We're going to do it live. So if you watched Journey to 900 and got frustrated with the moves that we would make with the robot, you're going to have a chance to express your opinion live. So keep an eye out for that coming up later this month here on Bowl TV. A lot of exciting stuff. William Prince, stone 9 on that lane last time up, but catches the double there with the light mixer. And Justin Larson has got a big game going, working in the 8th frame. Another good shot. All right, Justin Larson cleans up the picket fence. Stays clean, can still shoot 259. Coming down the stretch here, game number 6. This group on 31 and 2 in the 9th frame. A couple of good scores again on this pair. Remember last game, everybody but one player shot over 200. Thomas Burke can't get that one to lay off and leaves a baby split. Makes it on the outside. Or inside. That's inside, right? Inside. Hit the three pin on the left, that's the inside of it. Yeah. So don't worry, I'm still learning grammar. Vocabulary.
12 is dark, 11 is light.
Robert Kinsey. Wow. If you're gonna miss a 5-pin, man, you might as well miss it all out. Just throw in the cutter. Nice shot there from Justin Larson. He's going to shoot a big game to finish it up. Again, 172 players competing here today in the men's division. 5 will advance to the national finals. I'm not going to be able to give you a definitive call on any of the players in the top 5, except maybe our leader. I believe Sean Taylor from Davenport University is going to have a spot locked up. He was leading going into game 5 and shot 299. So unless he decides not to show up for game number 6, or everybody below him shoots 300 and he shoots about 120, he's going to be making it to the national final. So early congratulations to him. But everybody else, we're going to have to wait and see. Again, results available on bowl.com/sectionals. So you can follow all 4 regionals there. And remember, our regional, because we're out on the East Coast, started an hour earlier than the other 3. So once you tune out here, you're going to be able to go over and watch the conclusion of the other 3 on our other Bowl TV channels. So 259 for Justin Larson. Great finish. Max Tamburino, he can shoot 212. Finishing the game strong with a possible 5-bagger here on the fill ball. Thomas Burke from St. John's, he can shoot 204. shake out the 5-pin.
Breakdowns between her. Yeah.
Gregory Tack with a 10-pin on his fill, shoots 210. William Prince looks like he's found something here in the back half of the game. If not for that stone 9 he left in the 5th, could be shooting a real big score, but 223 possible for William. And Robert's going to need to hit the reset button there. 4-pin missing from the rack. All right, that's going to wrap it up for 31 and 32. 29 and 30 down to the 9th frame and 10th frame. And then our coverage will be complete. We'll direct you over to bowl.com/sectionals to get the final results. Will be posted shortly after we wrap up here. And again, 3 more regionals going on in other parts of the country. They're all in the central time zone. You can head over there on Bowl TV and catch the conclusion of those regionals. And results also available at the same place, bowl.com/sectionals. And then I'll be back at 3:30 Eastern Time for the start of the women's singles finals. Same deal, 6 games. Top 6 women will advance out of this region. And once the sectionals end, you'll be able to watch the Pan Am Team USA trials, which are going on right now at the ITRC. Final day of that action. So busy day here on Bowl TV. Lots of stuff to watch, and it's just the beginning for us here. We launched the site yesterday. We plan to do 800 hours of live event coverage the remainder of this year. So all kinds of bowling to watch, live events, PWBA coming up soon, the ITC Nationals, all kinds of Team USA, Junior Gold. Plus all the other stuff, the instructional stuff. If you go to the lab, you'll see some of the early content we've got going there. You go to the backstage section, we'll have all kinds of behind the scenes content, including Journey to 900, which starts up again this month, and we're going to be doing it live, which is awesome, especially with that chat feature. It'll let you come in and tell us how stupid we are, which is fine. We agree. We are kind of stupid. Wes Malott kind of proved that last season. He came in. We went the whole season, 14 episodes, never shot 800. And Wes comes in and shoots back-to-back 800s. So anyway, that'll be a lot of fun, though, doing it live this year. And then don't also forget our Vault channel, which is all kinds of past archived footage that hard to find elsewhere. PWBA shows, Team Challenge shows, Team USA finals, USBC Masters telecasts, stuff that sometimes you can't get, and if you can, quality's probably not all that great. So we've remastered and digitized those shows, and we've got them for you on bowltv.com, and we expect to add much more as time goes by. Each of those channels has a schedule, a content schedule, so you'll get to see all the content that will be added in the future. So check it out, bowltv.com. Subscribe today. Bowling lives here. All right, coming down the stretch, 10th frame here on our remaining featured pair, 29 and 30. You can hear the excitement going on around the building. Players fighting to make that top 5. All right, Jonathan Clear up in the 10. No trouble on the 6-pin. I saw him miss a 7-pin in the first, so maybe a little bit of a facetious response there. Can shoot 211 with the strike on the fill. All right, before we sign off, just wanted to mention, if you're heading to the Intercollegiate Singles or Team Championships, make sure to visit mybowlingvacation.com for all of your hotel needs. Again, mybowlingvacation.com for all of your hotel needs. Funny story on all of our live stream gear. I thought in order to make the experience as fun as possible for all of us, I put my bowling vacation bag tags on all of them. So we'd always be reminded that covering these events is nothing but a vacation. Ooh. Blower 7 there for Benjamin Hall. 184 if he can convert for Benjamin. Nicholas Bear can shoot 191. And you may be hearing some folks in the background. We actually had 3 299s bowled here over the course of our 6 games. Sean Taylor bowled one in game number 5. And Ryan Liederbach in game number 3 had one. I'm sorry, game number 4. And Austin Schultz in game number 3. So 3 299s here. And, you know, scores were pretty tough. All right, one more shot here from Jonathan Lovett, and that's going to wrap up our coverage. Again, if you're following along and are interested in finding out who made it into the top 5, you can go to bowl.com/sectionals, and they'll have the results posted there. Unfortunately, right now we're only through game 4, so in terms of the results being updated, so we're not going to stay on the air to bring you that, but you can check at bowl.com/sectionals and get the final results of our Stratford sectional men's top 5. And again, if you're interested in watching more bowling action, we've got 4 other broadcasts for you to watch right now. You can watch the Addison sectionals, the Dallas sectionals, or the Smyrna sectionals, as well as the Pan Am Team USA trials going on at the ITRC. So that's going to wrap it up here in Stratford. Thanks so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. As I mentioned just a second ago, 4 other sectionals going, or 4 other broadcasts going on right now. 3 sectionals, 1 Pan Am trials. I'll be back at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time for the women's singles competition here in Stratford. So be sure to tune back in then. And all of your results are available at bowl.com/sectionals. So this is Jason Thomas signing off for now. I'll be back in a couple of hours, but hope you enjoyed the coverage. And remember, Bowl TV, bowling lives here. We'll see you in a few.